Yeah. Good evening once again. My name is Solomon Bai, and I will preside over this 2024 Fr. Tomlinson Memorial Lecture with a special theme, the role of agricultural economists in supporting resilience in the Namibian livestock sector. It's quite an interesting topic, given the fact that Namibia it's known for its beef and cattle production and export. And with that, let me also welcome our guests, the ones that are here in person, special guests, colleagues from the Ministry of Agriculture that are present here today, as well as colleagues from AISA, colleagues from the University of Namibia. And with that, I would also like to acknowledge, the presence of various colleagues and dignitaries that are online, that are joining us online. Good evening to you. Can you hear me once again?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. I'm also allowed to say good morning depending on where you are, or good afternoon. Now, just a few house rules for those that are within this room. The restrooms are, when you get out here, you just keep left all the way. You will find your direction. So with those few remarks from NAST, I'll just, on behalf of our dean, our executive dean, the associate dean, and our head of department, and our colleagues from ATPI. ATPI stands for Agricultural Trade Policy Institute. I would just like to welcome you all on our campus, on NAST campus. I hope that you will enjoy the experience, and I hope that you all manage to successfully find some parking, comfortably. Our campus is a city campus. Now, with those few remarks, allow me or give me an opportunity to move to the next point on the agenda. And with that, I'm now allowed to welcome Dr. Sifiso Ntombela. He's the president of AISA. He will give us a very brief welcome address. Sifiso, over to you. Can we give him a big round of applause?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbai, the program propeller for us this evening, and a very good and warm welcome and greetings to you all. I think when I'm looking at yourself, I see like you're already anxious and waiting to listen carefully to our special speaker today. And I'm promising to not take much time in basically providing just a small work on my side. The program director is already doing a great job, and the speaker will be even doing a fantastic work for us. Perhaps, program director, before I proceed, please allow me, on behalf of AISA members, as well as the agricultural economics fraternity in the Southern Africa, to express our heartfelt condolences to the family of the late President Ngebo, as well as the people of Namibia. We are in mourning with you. But today we meet here to also pay our special respect, but also a celebration to one of the special and one of the great minds in the agricultural economics field and in agriculture in broad terms in South Africa as a country, but also generally in the southern region. He's considered as a founding father of the agricultural economics profession and practice in South Africa and beyond. Before I proceed, I must also thank very much specifically Mr. Solomon Bai, as well as Dr. Tina Moyo, who have done the preparatory work and made this event today a success and a possibility. And ensuring also, that I think program director is what you were saying, ensuring that the pets are locked safely where they are. You can feel safe and comfortable, and also take our jackets for the rest of the evening. Hence, I'm, I'm able to also safely say you are most welcome into the 2024 Memorial Lecture of Professor Frederick Rothman Tomlinson, to be delivered by our special professor on his own right, Professor Sartorius van Berg. Thank you, sir, for being here. As you rightfully said, Chairperson, my name has not changed. My name is still Sfiso Ntombela, who is the sitting president of the Agricultural Economics Association of South Africa. AESA is an association that is 63 years old today. It has been and continues to be a home and a professional platform for agricultural economists to pursue and basically communicate our views and our advisories for the development and advancement of the agricultural economics profession and the agriculture sector as a whole. Allow me to also greet and appreciate everyone who has taken time to join us today, both those that are in physical attendance here in the beautiful campus of the Namibia University of Science and Technology, but also those that are joining us virtually. I hope you can still hear me very well. In particular, a special greeting to the members of the association, AESA. The Tomlinson Memorial Lecture is one of the yearly flagship events in our calendar, following very close, if perhaps. I think there's some just glitches. Thank you very much. Correct. I'm pleased also this evening, as I'm standing in front of you, to welcome all our guests, both those that are in the physical presence here and those that are in the virtual platform. Our guests from the association, from the academia, from industry, government institution, embassies, as well as the farming community at large. I think program director and colleagues and the members and friends in the room, this is the year of elections, both in the southern region and globally, and I might be committing a fatal mistake myself to lose my job if I don't recognize the past presidents of the association, which one of us is with here today, Dr. Melissa van der Merwe, who's with us here, as well as I know Professor Johan Kestin, who's just online. And we meet in a very interesting times, and I think our role and our relationship as an association with Namibia is one of the special kind. When Namibia first hosted AESA, when Namibia hosts AESA events, we often reminded of the interconnectedness of the countries within the SACO region, its people, its tradition, its food, and the economy in its entirety. The first AESA conference hosted in Swakopmund in 1998 challenged agricultural economists in the region to evaluate their role and how agriculture will be positioned in the new millennium era. A decade later, in 2008, the association also held its conference here in this town, where we were deliberating on the role and how agricultural economists could rethink agricultural role and agricultural contribution in driving rural development in the region. From that time, when we held our conference in Windhoek, agriculture has faced numerous headways, such as the global financial meltdown, drought events, and other corona pandemic. It was partly some of these reasons we had to come back into Namibia in Swakopmund in 2022 to revisit the spirit of our predecessors and ask ourselves, how could we build our agricultural value chains after the disruptions that we have witnessed in the past 2 decades, with particular interest, of course, in the southern region. Today, we will be hearing some of the continuation of some of those great work, which also came on from the Swakopmund conference. But it also helped us to constantly remind ourselves and think globally while we act regionally and nationally. Namibia has always been a place that reminds ISA members to think globally. We meet here today faced with increasing sentiment of protectionism and global conflicts that impact the agricultural sector and the risk reversing some of the democratic gains we have received and banked in the past decade. We as agricultural economists need to revisit our role and contribution on how we help our economies develop individually and collectively as a region. As I conclude, in 2011, one of our great president, as well as the member of the association, Professor Nick Helmke, posed the question of whether agricultural economists have passed the test of being useful in contributing to the development and growth of the agriculture sector. In that piece, he then quoted one of the important agricultural economists who have played and contributed to the space, Philip Spies, which he articulated certain words in 1989, and Jan Groenewald, who both argued that agricultural economists must resist the temptation of being seduced to advance fashionable research that yields no practical value to policymakers and farmers at large. We must do things right and provide advice that is sound, even if it's not popular with ideologies of the time. In this way, we'll remain true to the principles of the profession and uphold the values of the profession. Speaking of the values of the profession, it's none other than the man we are gathered here today, Professor Tomlinson, who was a principal agricultural economist, and he demonstrated his abilities when he chaired the Commission on the Viability of the Bantu Areas in South Africa in 1951, between 1951 and 1954. His commission advised the path to pursue a society of harmony where policies, budget, and skills are used to uplift citizens regardless of race, class, and location which they are located. At the time, this was an unpopular research and views, and it attracted opposition to the government of the time. But he stood firm because his research and advisory was based on principle and sound work. Today, we dance in joy and his teaching that were not popular at the time, but today they are a reality which have given us, me and you, and every member of the association, the life we live. Now, this is the man who was born on the 21st of October, 1908 in Soledam, where he also attended his first 10 years of school. He completed his bachelor and master's degrees at the University of Stellenbosch, where he obtained his master's in 1929. He was the first man to achieve and be awarded such degree in the University of South Africa, effectively making him a father of the profession. In 1933, he obtained the PhD degree in agricultural economics at the Cornell University, and that was the start and the peak of his career. He will then have a decorated career where he started as a lecturer at the Stellenbosch University to an economist at the Division of Economics and Markets in the Department of Agriculture, demonstrating that interlink between academia and the government at the time. Between 1938 and 1973, he was a professor and later an associate professor of agricultural economics at the University of Pretoria. Professor Tomlinson was also a member and the chair of at least 12 influential and practical commissions or committees of inquiry. One of those is the one that I've mentioned in 1955. In the early years, around 1980s, having demonstrated this ability and recognizing the need to constantly reflect and celebrate the work of Professor Tomlinson, some of the members' associations, such as Professor Johan van Rooyen, Gerard Bakenbeck, and others, thought it very important to initiate what we'll now call a memorial lecture in honor and celebration of the work and the contribution of Professor Tomlinson in the agricultural economics and agricultural policy in its entirety. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you all today to what is going to be an exciting, informative, and empowering lecture. As I step out, those that who wish to know more about the association, as well as want to become our members, may talk to myself after the association or to Melissa, who's here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to also now take it back to the program speaker who will then ensure that our speaker comes onto the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think there's what the first president spoke, and then finally we'll have the former president also to speak towards the end. At this juncture, allow me to also welcome online Dr. Matlow Kalaba. That's now the third president. And our guest online, Prof. Christine Wiek from the University of Hohenheim, as well as some other key industry role players here within Namibia. The profession or the domain of agri-economics nowadays with a link to applied agribusiness. It's an interesting domain in the sense that it provides evidence for policy formulation. That's number one. Number two, it can also be an interesting domain in the sense that whatever we put out there in the public can then either lead to progression in any economy, or it can also lead to some other unintended consequences. For those few words, can we give our president one big round of applause again, please? Now, the third last activity on our program is to welcome Prof. Johan Kirsten, an honorary member of AISA, to do an introduction of the men of honor today. Thank you. Prof. Kirsten, can I hand over to you to do the introduction?
Yes, certainly. Thank you for the opportunity. And I think we should also acknowledge online our first female president, Bongiswa Matoti. She's also joining the meeting, so welcome to you, Bongiswa. Chair, yeah, I think it's a great honor for me to do the introduction and read the CV of the candidate for the lecture to you. I'm very glad that the President Safisha Ndubela provided the correct history of this memorial lecture, because it sometimes gets wrongly presented and wrongly interpreted. Safisha, well done. I think it's the father of our association in many ways, but also showing the role of a practical and practicing agriculture economist, and many lessons that we can learn from his work that are still relevant to us as modern agriculture economists. It's also an interesting fact that I'm the grandson of the late Professor Tomlinson, so it's a good opportunity for me to introduce Helmke Sartorius von Bach to you. In that spirit, it's been a great honor to see the discipline carried through for many years. I also know Helmke for almost 32 years. Helmke, I can still remember the day, 1st April 92, when I started my career at the University of Pretoria, and you were already almost finishing up your PhD in that year. So it is a long journey, and perhaps I'm a good candidate to reflect on your CV, as I've tracked it over the years very nicely. But for the other members in the audience and online, Helmke Sartorius von Bach started his agriculture economics career at the University of Pretoria, doing his bachelor's in agriculture economics from 1981 to 84, and also continued immediately with an honors degree 85 and 86, and both of these first degrees were achieved cum laude. He then started working in Namibia at the Ministry of Agriculture for 2 years, but then our mentor and colleague Johan van Zyl said, no, you must come back. We need a lecturer and somebody to do a master's degree. So he came back to Pretoria, did his master's degree, appointed as a lecturer, and also then continued with his PhD, which he completed in 1992. And that's when I found the benefit of Helmke with a solid mathematical econometric knowledge that could be helpful to an agriculture economist that is more philosophical and more political, to have somebody that can help him or her with the number crunching in activities itself. So after his PhD, Helmke continued as a lecturer at the University of Pretoria. Obviously, also 1994 was an interesting year for South Africa with the elections, but in agricultural economics, it was also a dramatic year because Professor Jan Groenewald, who was also an important figurehead in the discipline, had a heart attack and had to step down as head of department. And at that time, Helmke was the most senior person in the department and was passed the suicide pass of becoming the head of department at that time. But it was short-lived because in 1995, his father passed away, and sadly, he had to give up his academic career at that stage and return to the family farm in Kamenyap, where he started farming and being a part-time agriculture economist. I don't know, Helmke, you must tell people whether you were a part-time farmer or a part-time agriculture economist. That's something you could help us understand. But that he spent obviously 13 years in that capacity on the farm, moving between consulting jobs. And then in 2009, I remember we came to the conference in Windhoek in Namibia, and Helmke was a very important man then because he was leading the agricultural program of the Millennium Challenge account in Namibia, and with lots of dollars that he managed to spend through that particular program. That program ended in 2014, and then Helmke continued as a consultant in various forms on another, but also part-time farming activity between 2014 and 2019. And then he joined the University of Namibia at the Nooidam campus as a professor in agriculture economics. So a full circle back to academia with a lot of practical experience from project management, consulting work, farming. And I think Helmke is perhaps one of these agriculture economists in South Africa that has a academic practical knowledge that he can actually bring together very nicely. But in this new role as professor, he also became a commissioner of inquiry into the claims of ancestral land rights and restitution and regulations between 2019 and 2020. And now he's also a board member of the Meat Board of Namibia and chair of the National Marketing Committee. So Helmke is indeed fulfilling a number of roles. Is an example of to our members in the profession of how to bring practical realities to the academic table and to the profession. And I'm sure that the work that he's been doing over the years, mainly in the livestock industry, will be interesting and would be well presented in his lecture tonight. So congratulate again, Helmke. It's about time that you also get the opportunity, and I think it's a great honor to have to introduce you tonight. All the best. Thank you.
Can we just a big round of applause, please? He deserves better than that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aiza, the people online, thank you very much for this opportunity. I really feel honored to share my life experience on the livestock sector with you. I tried to do the Tomlinson lecture a little bit different, but if you go back into the many years of Tomlinson lectures, they were actually everyone was different. So I think there's a lot of information to be learned, and let's continue. Before I want to start, I want to thank not only AISA for this opportunity, but also for NAST to avail the opportunity, and Solomon here with ATPI, who probably supported financially us. And then my employer, UNAM, thank you very much to allow me to share some findings with the country. I also want to say thank you to my family. My wife is here, my daughter is here. I've got a lot of friends who supported me through my life, and I see this opportunity as one of the highlights. This afternoon, when I prepared myself, I thought, so is this a milestone? How much of a milestone is it? And I thought back when Tina asked me last year to do this job, and I initially declined, but then I realized I have to do it. But then I agreed there is actually much more to be done in such a Tomlinson lecture, because we have to do it for the profession. And I think what was great is the introduction of our father of the profession, that we can see how we can support this profession and how we can move forward. So my lecture is a little bit different. We know the livestock industry in agriculture in Namibia, which is actually a stronghold, but I link it to resilience. And the question is it not resilient, or what is happening there? And that is how I want to present this lecture, and then specifically come back to the role and responsibility of agricultural economists. Do we have a say? Do we have a role to play? Can we move to the next slide? The online people, can you see the slide?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, good. So the next one. Nope. Yeah. So an agriculture economist have to do a lot of things, but eventually over life we specialize. And one of the tasks is to work in agricultural commodities and to resilience. There are many agriculture economists working on different fields, but that is the topic which I want to cover. And I just want to give a brief snapshot on the Namibian livestock sector. We know three things. Almost 70% of the residents of Namibia are dependent on livestock, because livestock provides a livelihood. So it's a very important sector. Secondly, the livestock sector contributed significantly to the economy. And then thirdly, the sector is impacted by declining biomass, that is the life weight of the animal, and the profitability. So now I ask you, do we need adjustments to shape the sector? Very quick and easy, and I want to do a referendum. Johan Kirsten, you referred to 1994. I will do a referendum as well, and I will use the audience to ask the question: Namibian livestock sector needs adjustment, and we need to answer yes and no. And Solomon, can I ask for your help? So all those who are for yes, please lift your hands, and then we count. Okay. Okay. There are also no's, but let's just determine. So the online group, so we are doing a quick referendum, and this is the Tomlinson Memorial Lecture. If we've got the outcome, we are done. Yeah. And how many for no? Only 2. So what happened? We okay. So the majority is we need adjustment. And I think that links us to the resilience, to the topic of resilience. We need to see what is happening and why is it necessary. And if we would ask many people on the street, I can guarantee you the majority would be no, because most of the Namibians think we are actually okay. But are we okay? We don't know, and this is the lecture. Can we go to the next slide, please? So the outline is we have some research questions. Does the demography, the environmental and other pressures make the livestock sector less sustainable? Does the sector require strategic adjustments, for example, policy adjustments, or do we need to focus on other elements like energy, agri-food technology, digital security? And then can the agriculture economists play a role that resilience can increase? That is what we want to know. That is what we want to address in this lecture. For that, we need to understand the complex relationships. The livestock industry is very complex. It's not so easy to understand it, and you don't have only one relationship. It's not directly a lot of interrelationships. We will then model it to go into the future, and we will try to quantify gaps. And the answer should then be to suggest what has to be done. Our referendum indicated yes. So maybe they are the few points to focus on. Next slide. Many of the participants don't know the country in that specific or in specific. So I just want to provide a map. This is the northern and the central part of Namibia. We've got the borders, Angola, Zambia, Zimbabwe, even Botswana, RSA, and then on the western side, the Atlantic Oceans. We've got 14 provinces. And then what is very much important is that orange line. That is the veterinary cordon fence line. It's an animal health line. North of that one, we have the foot and mouth disease, which you South Africans are well aware of. We try to restrict it and we try to eradicate it, but we're not there yet. Then south of that is the foot and mouth disease free area, and that area has access to all international markets, and that is why we think that the livestock industry, or the majority of the industry, is actually doing well. Then we have a lot of differences on the land, and that is the agroecological zones. We've got areas with higher potential than others, areas where we have to put a lot of supplements to the animals to get fat. We've got areas where the oxen will not grow, very much differences. Next slide. This brings me to the next section, the land tenure. We have, as in South Africa, different land tenure systems. The previously advantaged areas, farms, small-scale commercial farms, conservancies, protected areas. That is the left one. And just to look at the different colors, you will see it's a very patchy situation. But then if we go to land degradation and we compare that map to the other one, you need to look to that red and the orange one. And these areas show the level of degradation. Can you see a linkage to the land tenure? Not directly, but maybe there is a flickering light There's a traffic light which goes from green to orange, and maybe we see even areas which is red. And especially there in the northwestern corner, the Kunene North, and then in the southern areas. And then on the other hand, to the northeast, there are some green patches, which gives an indication that we are improving. Next slide. I just want to show you the biomass. This is the life weight of sheep, goat, and cattle. This is from 1912 up to 2020. These information is from various sources, from Kent, Tomlinson, and the official census data. And you will see that the red areas is north of the cordon battery fence, and the green areas are the area south of that. What do we see? The areas access to the European markets, to the world, is declining, and the other one is increasing, but also in the past years, there is a decline, and we want to know, does that contribute to resilience? Do we need to adjust? Next slide. In Namibia, we get two types of farmers, and this is economic theory. We have got two hypotheses about how livestock uses impacts rangelands and ecosystems. The first hypothesis is farmers tend to expand livestock production to marginal rangelands, leading to increased fragility of rangelands. This is the Ricardian theory. So what are they doing? They sacrifice long-term sustainability for immediate financial survival. Do we want that? Do we want that? No. This can lead to degradation. But often farmers have to survive, and this is maybe the consequence of policies not strong enough to protect the environment, etc. Then we've got the other hypothesis, where farmers depend on maintaining productivity and try to prevent degradation. They will introduce soil conservation measures. And then in line with the farm management definition of Tomlinson, that was many years ago, he already indicated that entrepreneurs obtain the best income over the long run and leave the farm even more productive at the end of their life than when they started farming. Wow, who is doing that? But that was the vision. We have farmers like in both of them, and they will both indicate how the situation will change. Now, what happened with the biomass over time? We can see this surface plot here with the total livestock biomass on the right-hand side, the human population, and then the red meat availability. So that is now the food security, the utilization. And what we see is that we are basically now at a point where this surface is very flat. That is now here in 2021. And in 1959 was basically the time when the livestock industry flourished, when we had a lot of meat available to eat. But of course, we can also export it. And we need to know what to do with this one. This comes back to productivity, to use technological changes to improve. So if we use the forecast of the red meat availability per capita, and red meat is not only there to consume, but to have it as a livelihood, we will see that the graph goes up and then goes down. And then there is a dotted line and this red line, which is the forecast. The forecast with the variation. And if we go back to my mentor, Johan van Zyl, his clever words were, in a world of plenty, millions cannot afford the minimum. So we need to know what can we do to adjust that. And making use of this projection with the ceteris paribus, it implies that by 2056, Namibia is a net importer of meat, red meat. Can you imagine that? It's not possible. But that is if we are not adjusting, if we don't focus on the resilience. Rainfall differ. I made use of 4 different regions just to show whether the rainfalls are good or bad in certain years. So in the 1970s, then the 1980s, 90s, etc., like that, you will see, for example, that we have a low, a medium, and a high rainfall. And in the Karas region, that is the far south, the 1970s were those decades where high rainfall was often. Whereas if we look in the Kavango East and West, in the 70s, the high were not happening often. We hardly had a good year in the Kavango, but more often in the 2010s, that was the good years in the Kavango. So regions differ. We cannot just aggregate rainfall. We cannot just say rainfall is like that. And that is how we need to link it to specifics where we can produce when and how. Then, using the example of Willy Lubbe with his livestock cycles, I used the cycles on the rainfall pattern. And I think what is very interesting to see is if you use a 13-year cycle, you will see there is repetition in the country. And I separated that in the different tenure systems, the northern communal areas, the freehold system, which is the commercial areas, and then the leasehold system, which is south of the cordon battery fence. What do we see? That from the 70s, the freehold system declined in numbers from year to year to year. You can see the top line, and it goes like that, it goes down. So that is like the earlier graph where we indicated that cattle numbers decline. The only number where cattle and sheep and goats increase is the area north of the veterinary cordon fence. But we know the degradation in that area, so there will something happen. If we want to determine a relationship, does the biomass follow price signals? We see a line that both of them have got a positive trend, but what we see, there is always an opposite implication, and that in the past years, this gap increased significantly. There is a huge change happening, and we need to understand it, and we need to know what to do. If we go further to rainfall, average temperature, and biomass stocking, this dark red line is the line which we saw just now. And we see that the temperature, that is the average annual temperature, it is just fluctuating there, but it is not the great measurement. We need to go into specifics, and we will see that temperature is becoming a very crucial driver to change of the biomass. If we look at the rainfall, we can also not find a direct relationship. This is an important slide. This compares the current livestock biomass stocking in different areas. So we have different regions, we have different tenure systems. For example, in Erongo, to the right hand, we've got the Erongo freehold area and the Erongo communal area. We have the Konene freehold area and the Konene commercial communal area. And we have the Konene North area. And then to compare the current biomass stocking to the carrying capacity, you will see discrepancies. And what we see is, that in most of the regions, we are understocking already, except in Zambezi and the north central areas. if we use these different areas and we classify them into tenure systems, the 3 tenure systems, the northern communal areas free-range livestock biomass, this is the NCAs, the southern veterinary cordon fence leasehold free-range livestock biomass, and the freehold free-range livestock biomass, we see 3 graphs. Now these 3 graphs gives different trends. We can see that the freehold area is actually a straightforward decline. We can see that the southern veterinary cordon fence leasehold area is almost flat, and then there is an increase of the NCA areas, except in the last years. Now these slides or these tenure systems is aggregated. That should be actually be disaggregated further to make better sort of projections, but we have to start somewhere, and this is a data issue where we haven't got more data available. So if I use the balanced stack panel analysis on these 16 production areas over 51 years, I have the yellow area on top, which is the national livestock stocking. Real price is insignificant, but we understand we've got different areas, different prices. It will not, we don't expect it to be significant. Rainfall, very significant. Temperature, very significant. The leasehold system, this is south of the veterinary cordon fence. The real price, insignificant. What does it tell us in terms of policy? The prices does not play a role in their production system, whereas rainfall and temperature plays a significant role. Then we go into the freehold stocking area, and that is the hypothesis 2, where we had the definition of production of Tomlinson. The person who will look after his land, it's his own land, he invests back into that one. That is where we have a negative but significant price relationship. The rainfall significant, temperature hardly significant. The NCA, positive price relationship. What does it say? It is significant, but it's not explaining to us exactly what's happening. We need to apply our logic. This is hypothesis 1, where we use marginal areas, and these areas can lead to degradation. What do we see here? That in some of these tenure systems, the prices are significant, in others not. We see that rainfall in general is very significant in explaining the biomass use, and temperature also is very, very significant. What do we see in our research? In our research, we know rainfall is significant, but hardly any researcher is using temperature as an explanatory variable for the biomass. So the summary of livestock biomass use in Namibia: livestock tenure systems respond differently to real prices. Livestock biomass numbers are very responsive to climate variables. Livestock biomass numbers are more responsive to rainfall in arid areas than in higher rainfall areas. Freehold livestock biomass numbers tend to be more responsive to rainfall than leasehold areas. And then number 5, the leasehold livestock biomass numbers appear to be more sensitive to temperatures than the freehold areas. Here are the first good sort of findings, and it will indicate to us that we need to focus on these changes. Climate change is maybe something which we need to focus on. The status of the rangeland. Focusing on all these numbers, I came up with a table on the rangeland degradation levels: appropriate, reasonable, average, poor, and bad. The northern communal areas, most of their land can be classified as poor. What does it tell us? Flickering lights, bad news. The southern veterinary cordon fence leasehold areas, most of their area classified as bad. The freehold area, most of them is poor. And on the right-hand side, we see that only 7.4% of our rangeland, according to me, is in an appropriate status. And that most of our rangelands, which is 50% of our rangeland, 48%, is classified as poor and 30% as bad. What is the impact on livestock production? We need the rangelands. Without rangelands, we cannot produce. I will go into an economic matter, and that is the production loss. If our production is not in such a way that enables us to produce, we will have production losses. And I make use of an example of the beef value chain. From 29 to 2022, what happened? And I compare Australia to Namibia. Let's start with Australia. So Australia in 2029, 12% of the total share of what the beef received was paid back to the producers, only 12%. So what I did an analysis on the retail market using the block test that implies each cut gets a price, gets a weight, and then we use the value chain. We go from the producer to the processor, to the logistics, to the CIF, to the market. But we need to understand that the years are different and the situations are different. But you will see that by 2009, the typical price was 149 Namibia dollar per kilogram. That was what the Australians got. So I used the exchange rates, and at that time in 2009, €1 was 1.75 Australian dollar. Australia exported 17%. And in 2022, that exchange rate changed to €1 is equal to 1.6 Australian dollar. And by that time, they increased the exports to 21%. What was the effect of this change? The effect was that the producer's share increased from 12 to 42%. Is that what we want as farmers? Yes, we want to benefit from what was done. What happened with the processing? The processing from 12% declined to 8%. That is a sign of efficiency. And what we see here is that the marketing from the export harbor until the retail is getting smaller. So their profits is declining. That is actually what we want. If we go to the Namibian case, the Namibian case in 2009 was that only 44.3%, now only in 2009, only 51.8% was slaughtered, and the rest was traded in the Wiener. And then that changed then to 44. So meaning from 2009 to 2022, we are sending more animals as wieners to South Africa, and we reduce the value addition, the possibility of value addition. The wiener carcass price ratio is the reason. The wiener carcass price reason was 58% in 2009, and it increased to 66.7%. There was a time in January 2021, this ratio was 91%. So everybody who would sell oxen were stupid at that time, but you cannot move backwards anymore. So what do we see here? The share of the producer increased from 16% to 23%, but other countries got it right to move to 23%. I call that the value erosion of the Namibian beef. Students, please remember that name. Value erosion. It can happen. Now I go to the information which I received very recently, end of March 2024 from the United States. There's a lot of information there. I used the block test on a 230 kilogram carcass, and on wholesale, this carcass, and there are all the prices, reaches $1,866 US on a retail, on a wholesale in America. That implies an average, weighted average, Namibian $152.62 per kilogram. If I bring it further to retail, and that is the prices which they provided here, it increases only with 9%. It goes to 166.35 per kilogram. It implies that from the 78, what the US grass-fed farmer will get per kilogram, 88.34 is added. Is added for processing, for logistics, CIF, and cost to retail. The implication is, from the US retail beef price, 46.9% goes to the producer. That is what we want. And I go back, oops. I go back to this slide. Which of these percentages are close to the 46%? The Australian one. Where are we in Namibia? That is where we need to go to. That is resilience. We need to get that. Otherwise, we follow hypothesis 1, where we degrade our land because we don't get enough money. So we need systems in place that the farmer benefits from what he or she is doing. Good, I'm almost there. So what do we need to do to be resilient? The British statistician George Box reminded us already in 1976 that professionals to continuously focus on whether something can be applied to everyday's life in a useful manner. That is what we as agriculture economists are doing. Rather than debating endlessly whether an answer is correct in all cases. And that is maybe what politicians are doing. So what is required for that? We need to be informed of global key uncertainties, and we need to see what are the drivers for change in Namibia. Okay. So global uncertainties, the current ones, if we look in the World Economic Forum, for the livestock value chain, weather changes, animal health, renewable energy, stock levels and tradability, geopolitics, forces of demography. And then in Namibia specifically, the changes, rangeland degradation, carrying capacity, animal health, livestock production losses, and climate change. So what do we need to do? We need to take cognizance of these and adjust it in such a way that we can improve our sector. If we look at climate change, what does climate change tell us? There's a 20% increase in mean annual surface temperature to come. Bad news. There's a 15% decrease in mean annual precipitation. This is for Namibia. Bad news. What does it imply? If we take the map of Namibia, in 2045, we see that most of the area will decline, the rainfall will decline by about 16 to 18%. But if we look in 2065, we will see that this decline even goes up. And we will only see that in the far northeast, the Zambezi area, there we have a 0 to positive improvement. So those of you who are clever, we all move northeast. We need to understand that with the increased aridity, the frequency of drought occurrence increase plus a higher variation will happen. So it's not only the decrease, it's a higher variation, which makes production more difficult. If we look at the fodder, out of this rainfall, out of this temperature, the fodder will change. And there was a study done in 2009 already, which indicates that under Sartorius paribus, climate change suggests reduced average freehold farm revenue of 61 Namibian dollar per hectare by 2050 and up to 91.30 per hectare. What is the profitability at present? Will we be able to continue? We need to pull up the socks. So what I did now, I used all this information. We have a lot of information, and I used the past, and this past is according to the three tenure areas, the three areas which are already defined, the northern communal areas, the freehold system, and the southern veterinary cordon fence leasehold system. And then I added everything, and I projected these lines. They will all go down, but they will also follow cycles. And we need to make sure what can be done. But this is if nothing changes, okay? If we add them all together, we will get that line below, that yellow line. That is the total line of the previous three all together. Oops, not that one. So if we add these lines together, and I'm only working the future lines, right? And the future lines are those to the right of that, where the dots are stopped in 2022, 2023. So I start only in 2024. And the top line is the potential free range which we would have if everything was fine. Then I define the area or the result of degradation which is happening. And these are based on ratios, based on elasticities and all that. And then there is the first line which is going up and down, and that is the production loss. The production loss is the erosion of the value, for example. But we've got other losses like theft and all that. And then the last area is climate change. So what do we see? We see that the degradation becomes bigger and bigger over time. We see that the production loss is moving up and down, but actually it only started here in the 90s, and climate change only started already in 86. That is the official number. So why do we need this one? Now we have a graph, and now we want to focus to get the surfaces. Once we've got the surfaces, we can indicate the impact. So what we need to do, we need to fit a line which can represent our graphs. So we go into the statistical program and we find the best fit. Now this fit is for the area in the future from 2025 onwards. And I tried to forecast to 2062 because nobody can argue by that time that it didn't happen, because I won't make it so far. So I have different lines. The one is a R square of 86% and the other one a R square of 94%. But you see, these are complex formulas. I don't want to bother you with that. What we will do now, we need to determine the area of degradation. We want to determine the area of production loss, and we want to determine the area of climate change. Then we can see what is the contribution of climate change to resilience. What is the area of production loss to resilience? So now we go back to mathematics. Integration. So we integrate the area below the line to get a surface. And I get a surface for rangeland degradation using that formula of 11.24%, production loss 10.17, and climate change. And I summarize it. On the right-hand side, you will see that 11.24 is the deterioration. The production loss 10.17 and climate change 15.98. And it shows us that in the future, from now to 2062, we will have a typical utilization for that period of 62%. The rest is inefficiency. The rest consists of rangeland degradation, production loss, and climate change. And before that, we were at a utilization level of 82%. And the 82% had little deterioration and had little climate change. So these two elements are those which are changing most. And I will just go back again, where you see the difference of 82 and 62%. Oops. So on that side, we see where the surfaces are big. And you can see there are even years where you're above the optimum. These are the good years. It can happen. But this is the aggregate straight line there, the potential. Now we go. And this 62.1% can only be done if we follow the constrained prospective forecasting method, which I followed. If we would use the conventional retrospective forecasting, we would come to 98%. And that is the problem. We don't include the future changes, the likelihood of what can happen. So if we use the top one, there wouldn't be a big difference. And it wouldn't be a wake-up call. What is the impact on the GDP? Here I talk of real Namibian dollar in millions. In 48 years after 2017, this GDP will decline significantly. And there you can see the real Namibian dollar per capita, how much it will decline. And that is why we will lose our livelihoods. We cannot make a living anymore with that. So we need to do something. Livestock resilience presented from both ecological and economic perspectives. It shows that many factors directly and indirectly impact on the livestock production. In the past decades, the utilization of rangelands were about 82%. But without recovery and transformation, this will decline to 62.61 in the next 40 years. Within 4 decades, Namibia will switch from a net red meat exporter to a net importer. The dramatic impact on ecosystems call for competent farmers to keep the sector stable in the changing environment. And now to you. Namibian agricultural economists need to be probed whether they offer directions in time to advocate farmers towards optimal solutions by tenure regime to achieve objectives. And this is where we need to come in. Were we ready in time to indicate that things are changing? Is it too late, or can we still change? We can still change, but it will become more and more difficult. And I think this question can also be asked to the South African agriculture economists. They've got similar situations. So there are 3 suggestions. The one suggestion is take responsibility for introducing drastic interventions to turn around further degradation of rangelands. We have already the Namibia Rangeland Management Policy and Strategy. We need to implement it. We have a Soil Conservation Act. We need to provide budget to implement it. And then follow Article 95L of the Namibian Constitution, where the policy decision makers and leadership have the constitutional duty to maintain ecosystems on a sustainable basis for the benefit of all nations. For them to follow this duty, they should implement A and B. That's point one. The second one, take responsibility to reverse livestock production loss, enable conducive production environments. We need to discuss and we need to talk about tenure systems. They need to be re-evaluated to address sustainability. Can we afford to continue with the tenure systems we are using? We need to reshape the livestock value chains, sharpen competitiveness, preparedness, product consistency, certainty, biosecurity, property development, law and order, energy, food, technology, and digital security. All these plays a role to get a conducive environment. And then we need to enable farmers to progress from low productivity agriculture to high value efficient production. We need to expand access to women and younger farmers. This can only happen if we team up, if we have systems in place like a mentorship program and that we support each other. On its own, it will not happen. Then the last one, take action to address climate change impacts on livestock production, implement and link the national drought strategy to an early warning system. We had again a drought strategy discussion 2 weeks ago, but it needs to be implemented. We need to really start taking it seriously. We need to invest in R&D to coordinate risk arising from climate change, biodiversity, and environmental degradation. We need to reappraise public sector extension workers in the field to specific livestock production zones. The extension workers need to convey the message. They are in the field and they need to support the producers. And then coming to us, the public sector agriculture economists needs to widen their database for more robust and focused economic analysis. We need to get data. Without data, we cannot prove, we cannot see what is happening. So the agricultural economists must take responsibility. And this is basically the contribution to the Tomlinson Memorial Lecture. What should the agricultural economists do? They should undertake sector level analysis again based on comprehensive and disaggregated data. Are we doing that? We did it much better in the past. We need to come back to that one. We need to know what's happening. Engage on multidisciplinary level to share economic advice and adjust agricultural and related policies. We should not stand alone, only working under the auspices of the economic science. We need to engage in a multidisciplinary level. Create a forum for farmers and academics to exchange ideas on best practices based on modeling of climate smart adaptations and transfer and technology transfer. Gain better connection with the consumers. Combine the advocacy of science with public speaking. And here I want to talk to the academics. What is needed is that we should advocate a type of a Toastmasters that people, agriculture economists, can start to be convincing in their message. And that should be logic-based discussions, and it could become part of the curriculum. Only then we will be related, we will link to the consumers, and the connection is better. So partnership between state, academia, and industry must be strengthened to ensure projects that can produce knowledge dispersion and increase productivity for all. I want to conclude. What was this paper about? Biomass forecasts point out that current livestock farming environment and control measures are detrimental to both natural environment and farmer sustainability. This is resilience, eh? Although agriculture has been prioritized to drive economic growth, it is questionable how high the livestock sector is ranked in the list of national priorities. Is it true? Declining livestock utilization impacts on livelihood security. Policy advisors and members of think tanks are required to understand after effects of absent strategic adjustments to the future Namibian economy. The livestock sector should be informed whether in future it will enjoy a reinforced strategic role or whether laissez-faire will be applied. We need to know. Allow partnerships and improve information systems to grow multiplier effects that trigger rural prosperity. Follow lessons from existing case studies to improve. And with that, I so submit to Aiza. Thank you for this opportunity.
So yeah, we still have a few minutes. So we now have the luxury to entertain a few questions. First of all, maybe perhaps Prof deserve, one more big round of applause. I think that's a whole library right over there. So the floor is now open. Just we'll have a roaming mic. Just by indication of hand, let me just take a few burning questions for those that are here. Prof, there are two things as a lecturer. To present something, the audience understand everything, or they don't understand, yes. So let me just gauge that. Any burning questions from anyone in the house? Probably it's too clear.
Good morning and good evening. My name is Winston. I'm just checking, Prof, if most of the research is based on the different tenure systems. Would you have another SADC country, for example, with similar or same tenure systems where you would draw the same conclusions?
The problem is the data. So it would be ideal to do this by agroecological zone. That would be the best. But we haven't got the luxury yet. And maybe that is one thing to do, to look into the potential of the land, to say what is the result. Because even within a tenure system, there are differences. There are good and poor farmers. And to mix them to an average is what we have seen here. So although it looks bleak, although it looks bad, there are farmers who are doing well. It's possible. But this is the general trend, and this general trend reflects to the national economy. And this is the wake-up call for the economy. We need to do something, because these few farmers will survive, but the rest will go out. So to use this information for the other countries, it can be repeated, but I think this is specific to the Namibian situation, where we include economic variables, where we include climate variables, where we include degradation variables and all that. I think the other countries would have similar data sets, so it could be done. But I think the more important thing is to go to the next step, to go to the details and say, apply it to agroecological zones, to determine where are the solutions, which areas we need to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Some more questions from the audience here? If not, we will then move to the audience online. Just by raise of hand, do we have any questions? Or even some inputs? Prof, it was very clear. Can we just, can we then just give him the final round of applause, please? So with that, there's a special gift from the president. He will hand over, a gift. So, Mr. President and Melissa, can you join us here in front? Yeah, can we also get the family members to join? Prof. and Bach as well. We just need a nice big picture that will go into, you know, one of those prestigious, magazines and newsletters. Cameraman, photo. Thank you very much. Let me now just hand over to Dr. Melissa van der Merwe just for some closing remarks. Thank you.
Director. Hello. Hear me.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we are not able to hear you quite clearly. May you just please place your comment in the chat box so that we can pick it up from there. Thank you.
Good evening, colleagues. So I just realized that the first Tomlinson lecture was in the same year that I was born. So it's quite an honor to be part of an association that is 63 years old and that has had these lectures for the past 38 years. I'm giving away my age, not yet 38. And to have also led the association for 2 years. So I just want to thank our colleagues at NUST University for hosting us, Tina and Solomon. It's been an honor to finally visit your university. And then also everyone else who was part of the cleaning crew and setup crew and the IT. Thank you to those colleagues as well. And then I would also like to thank the Ministry of Agriculture joining us, the AISA members, the past presidents, the University of Namibia colleagues that's here, the online audience, the academics and industry. And then I think most importantly, the students that are here. I think, if you look at AISA, we sometimes feel like it's an older man because it's a 63-year-old association. But I can honestly say, and I think Sofiso shares my sentiment, we are the future of the association. So welcome to those students and thank you for joining us. We look forward to engaging with you at the end of the session. And then most importantly, thank you, Prof. von Bach, for a very interesting talk. I tried to get 5 takeaways out of it just to close out. And I was quite shocked by seeing your statistics. So the first thing I realized was the rangelands are classified as poor and bad, and that's a bad situation that we are in. We don't want to be there, and that's negative for our livestock sector. This is largely influenced by climate change, and when we hear policy debates, that's something that pops up quite frequently in the international space as well. I was shocked to see your statistics that within 40 years, Namibia might be a net importer of beef. To me, if I think about Namibia, I think about a nice piece of steak, so that might be a problem. That might be a problem if that mic fails, okay. Then the value erosion. I mean, I am from South Africa. I do a lot of research on the beef sector, and I know we buy a lot of your wiener calves, so I want to say on behalf of South Africa, sorry for that, but I'm glad your farmers at least benefit from that. So what I realize is that if we leave things as it is, then we are heading for some serious trouble. And I think it's not just Namibia. I think there's quite a lot of African countries, South Africa included, that might go the same way given climate change and the rainfall that will change over time. But I think agricultural economists, we are doing a lot of research on productivity, efficiency, optimization. That's what we are taught in our undergrad even. So I think your work on the livestock sector is a springboard for researchers. And I think there's a lot of research questions. I was sitting here and just wishing I could go back to the livestock sector for my research and not so much in the wine sector where I currently find myself in. But I think there's opportunities for collaboration between agricultural economists, other scientists like plant sciences, soil sciences, animal sciences. So I think there's definitely room for what you've mentioned in terms of discussion, collaboration, debates, and then also thinking about investments and where to train and where to inform. So on that note, Prof, I want to thank you for your valuable contribution to AISA over the many years, as Prof. Johan has mentioned. And colleagues, I just want to once again join me in congratulating Prof. Helmke. He now joins just over 30 colleagues that have received this award. So it is a very prestigious award, and we look forward to what you are going to do in future. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you once again. We've come to the end of our program. I think as we are getting out, we'll have a few refreshments outside here, just right on the in the foyer here. But then before we do that, I just want us to take one big group photo just outside, just for some memories. Thank you.